Okay, we're live. Alright. We are doing book club. This book has been really long and has a lot of things to go through in it, so I'm still not finished it. But I have a bunch of things to actively work through as I kind of cover what I've read over the last month. Now, to be fair, I also had 2 weeks where it wasn't available to me because it is a library book. And it was not available for the first 2 weeks of the month. But I'm going to cover over what I did get done over the last 2 weeks. And we're going to go through and do like the work that I need to finish up for those kind of the chapters I read as we go. I was going to use this notebook, but I only have I thought I had 10 pages left. And I have 2 pages left. So I'm going to find another notebook because that one's currently already full. And I do have more, so it won't be an issue. Okay, and closed captioning is oops, actually, I just scared you. Being turned on right now, so that'll be running in a minute. I just need to find a notebook here. You know what else I need to do? Put this stupid, you can't see it, book together that I started literally 2 years ago, something like that. Okay, where notebooks do I not have? This one. Oh wait, no, I have one that already has mostly business stuff in it, but which one is it? Where is it? I just started it recently. I think it was, oh, it's this pastel sparkly one. Of course, for serious business, you have to have a serious business notebook. Anyways, we'll use that one for today because that's appropriate. This is where I was putting all my business planning notes in. Also, I'm so full, but I have a beautiful little scone. Raspberry white chocolate scone that I'm going to be eating at some point. But I just finished dinner and it was pierogies and it was so good. And so I'm not hungry for the rest of my scone. I don't want to waste it, so I'm going to wait until I am hungry and then I will enjoy it. Is my plan anyways. Let's turn the music down a little bit. It's too loud. Okay, captions. Let's start captions. Okay, so my notes are all on my phone, which is good. Mic set up. And yeah, let's pull out these, pull out my notes here. Okay. Well, and we're going to start doing, we're going to work through the exercises because I didn't really work through them when I was reading the book because I kind of knew this was coming. So I just wrote down my notes and then we're going to do the exercises today while we're doing it. Because let's see what page I'm actually on in it. Hey, Meowfa, how's it going? Oh, you finally got it. It's not someone else getting it for once. Yay. How are you today? Oh, and we had Queen Magway in the Discord chat. So if you are reading your own anything, let me know what you're reading this month or what you've recently read, and all of that. And we will chat about whatever books. I'm just chatting about this book because it's the one I'm reading right now. It's the one I've been reading for 2 months now because it's long, but it is dense. It's packed with information. Oh, we had some activity in the writing club too on the Discord. Very dense happening. Alright, microphone is back. I think captions are working. Yes, Radha, I'm so sorry. That is on my list tonight because we've got book club, business club. Writing on the Tales of Business Club is social media. So that's coming right after this. I'm going to start to do some of that because oh my god, I hate photography. I just need someone who lives near me to do photography and I don't know enough people. Oh my god, I have paid money before for people to photograph stuff and I would do it again. And I just need to know someone who wants to do that kind of work. Ugh. Drives me nuts. I hate doing it. Plus my phone's not good enough. I don't have enough. My phone doesn't have enough pixels to do it properly anyway. So it's like, well, this is stupid either way. But yes, that's on my to-do list for today. You're in luck. But also, Radha, if you're free in like, I don't know, I think it's probably morning there, afternoon there. If you're free in an hour or two, I can go through the new ClickUp paradigm system with you if you'd like. So, and then I kind of explain it and hopefully we can kind of, it'll make sense hopefully. Because it's going to be much better now. It's going to be more, you won't have to write so much stuff repeatedly. It'll just be on the same page and so you don't have to do it repeatedly. It'll be nice. It'll be better this way. I promise. I promise. Yeah, not always about pixels, but it is about pixels if you're trying to print it on a canvas or anything larger than like this big. Then it's about pixels. The other stuff I can do, I just don't because I need to take the pictures in daytime and my daytime hours are difficult to direct in any particular direction, shall we say. So yes, if I took them in daylight and did all the other tricks, I could make them look really beautiful, but they're still not going to be large enough to print on any size bigger than this, which is dumb. Let me turn that music down again. Sorry, I've got like a family group chat going on and I'm like, keep checking it. All right, but we're doing business. So let's take a look. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at the book and see how far I am into the book. Cause I feel like I'm like 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through it, but I'm actually not sure. And you know how sometimes books, you think you have a whole bunch of it left and then like the entire last quarter of the book is just like an appendix and it's like, I'm done, right? And you know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to spend a whole other book club if there's like one chapter left, but I have a feeling there's quite a bit left. Well, let's check. So yeah, book is on the title card there. Business Secrets by Russell Brunson is the one I've been reading. Yeah, right? Why don't you live in Toronto? Godod. That's what we need. Yeah, no, I had one friend in BC and she was like, I mean, I have a phenomenal camera and I'm really good at this. You could ship your artwork over to me and I'll ship it back when I'm done. And I'm like, yeah, but then something's gonna go wrong. Like, do you know what I mean? Something's gonna go wrong. Okay, where are we at here? We are at page 371 of 543. So I don't know if we're actually that far into it. We definitely have a whole, okay. It ends at 528. So we're at 371 out of 528. Yeah, we've got enough that there'll definitely be another month's worth of book club out of this book. Holy Christ, that's so long. I can't believe this book is so long. I can't believe this book has been so good when I almost abandoned it. Flights to San Fran 150. Toronto flights probably like 300. Right? God damn it, Canada. Get your act together. Oh, I suppose I need this, don't I? I've been getting a lot of stuff done today, though. It's been a productive day. I just get set up here so that I can actually do something. I don't want to stay at all. Well, it wasn't like I got halfway through it and I didn't like it. It was like the very first couple chapters were really fluffy and like really like nothing I hadn't seen a million times before. Like all our business and gung-ho, like bootstraps, entrepreneur, like haha, marketing. And it's like, okay, is there any actual content in this book or not? But then it started to get into actual content. And it's been really, really, really useful content too, because once he repeats things 500 times, but that's part of his process, which he details. And once he actually gives you the actual information, it's good information. You just have to get through the fact that he repeats everything a lot. But it is good information. Oh, yeah, look, I'd already started using this stuff in here already. Oh, no, I didn't. This is just such... See, okay, so this is the thing. Like, he's not saying anything I haven't seen anywhere else, but he's kind of giving extra details and points. But I'm like, this is close enough. It's the same thing. Fucking funnels. And it's like, oh, no, this was about a course creation, which is different. And I'm not making a course right now anyways, but it was useful information. Okay, so what are we actually doing? All right, where are my notes? Where did I leave off last time? Because I made a marker in my notes that I would know. How about you guys? What have you guys all been up to? Radha, Tai, Meowfa? I feel like I keep turning down this music and it keeps still being too loud. But I guess also like the dishwasher's going and stuff, so. Well, and also I haven't got to the end yet. I never use bookmarks in ebooks. I just copy paste notes into like a text document instead. So I have a note in my text document that says where I stopped. Now where is it though? Can I find it? Yeah, it's funny because the last 2 months of this book were kind of a lot of information, and then the last month has been all kind of like things to actually work through and fill out for yourself, for your own business. And so it's like, oh, okay, this book club is going to be more interactive. Oh my god, no. I love real books, but I have to stop myself from buying them. I don't buy them anymore unless it's a hardcover copy of something I've already read and loved. It's like if I loved it enough that I want to buy it in hardcover because I've already finished it, then I can buy the physical book. Otherwise, I have way too many fucking goddamn books. They're all just in boxes. I haven't even put them in a bookshelf because I don't own a bookshelf right now. So I am capable of limiting my physical acquirement, at least a little bit. I do learn gradually, very slowly. I say that right now, my desk is completely covered, my coffee table is completely covered, and I have 2 couches completely covered in stuff right now. So, yeah, I have a lot of stuff. Way too much fucking junk. It's not like a workbook because like he doesn't leave space in the book to like fill this stuff in, but it starts being a lot more. Even the beginning of the book also has a lot of things for you to figure out, but there's a lot more writing that's required by the end of it because it's like, here, come up with a story for this point, come up with your own story that does this, come up with your own story that fills in this part. And it's like you need a lot more of your own information if you're actually trying to use the system. I am still trying to find the correct point, and then I will give more actual details instead of these generic details at some point here. I think I've confused myself here. I think we're on part 2. And then there's going to be part 3. But I wrote part 3 in my thing there, and I think that's what's confusing me. I think Discord's going to confirm that we're on part 2 today. Because I feel like I've been reading it for multiple months, but that still only makes it second book club. I'm like, where's part 3? But there is no part 3 heading in my notes because we started on part 2. This one. Been a long day. Okay, yeah, because March was the 4 tendencies. April was business secrets. May is business secrets. And then June will also be. So this is part 2. Let me actually change that because I'm incorrect. And then I already found the right part of my notes. Okay. Part 2. Okay. The part in my notes labeled part 2. And let's right away go in and add part 3 before I lose it. Okay, part 3 is marked for next month. Come back next month for more book club. Part 2. Okay, so last time we ended off talking about how he was going through story structure in general, and he went through kind of like the hero's journey and kind of like movie script beats and those kind of like story structures, kind of those classic kind of generic overarching themes, ways to structure a story, and how to use those for your storytelling in a business. Side note, actually only 135 round trip to Toronto. What? That's nuts cheap. All right, so we were going through that at the end of last time, where the point of the storytelling in business is to build rapport, and human beings psychologically actually, funnily enough, resonate better with stories about someone else than they do if you actually talk about them. If you tell someone a story about someone else, their brain like relaxes and doesn't get defensive, and then is like, I can see myself in that story. Whereas if you're saying like you, they actually get resistant and don't like it. Which is actually just my own knowledge, not from the book, but that's accurate. Yeah, so lots of different stories. This whole deal is like just stories for every purpose. So things like your history, things like how you developed what you're selling, how you got where you are today, how you learned everything, who did you learn it from? Just everything should have a story according to him. And I like that because I've seen a lot of things about how stories really do work to help people get on board with something. Okay, so 4 desires. He's talking about the desire, positive desires and negative desires. So the desire to win, like the desire to gain something, like love, money, prestige, status, power. The desire to gain something. The desire to retrieve something, to get something back that you previously had. So this might be lose weight. This might be like regain something that you lost, kind of thing. And then the negative desires are to escape away from something. So to get rid of pain, get rid of something that's causing discomfort, something that's making your life worse, to remove that. And the desire to stop something bad from happening. So those are the 4 desires, 2 positive, 2 negative. Yeah, it's bizarrely enough, like the more specific details the story person has or the archetype has, the more people will resonate with it. Whereas if you try to make it generic and like fit every person, the less people will resonate with it. Like people will be like, nah, I don't get it. Whereas if it's like something bizarrely specific, even if they don't feel the details, they're like, no, that detail's wrong, but I'm more like this. They'll still, like, it will click with them better. Psychology is so weird. Okay, so the backstory. This is the first major important story that he uses repeatedly throughout all of the steps of sales. Kind of, how did you come to have the epiphany? He uses that word a lot, about what you want to sell to others. Like, how did you discover this? Why did you need it? And what situation were you like before? How's your life better now that you have this thing? Which is kind of, this is where I really get stuck. And I was talking to my business group earlier last week about this, because when you're selling something that doesn't feel like super life or death, which is most people, it feels really silly sometimes being like, oh, it's clothes, oh, it's art. Like, yeah, I don't know, like, how much does your life change? But then it's getting into that whole, like, okay, well, self-expression is really important. Like, people live and die for self-expression. Like, this is a real human need that people have. So, like, you have to kind of tap into that kind of parts of it, even if it feels silly. And it's like, okay, all right. Because it's like, and for me, I think I said this, maybe not on this stream, on this channel, but for me, like, fashion is super crucial, and art is very important to me, because it is like kind of how I express myself and how I feel like who I am. And so, like, if it's important to me, I understand that it's also important to other people. But then most of the people in my life don't feel that way. So I'm just constantly, you know, like, oh, what a silly little thing that is. Like, oh, it's cute, whatever. And it's like, okay, but I have to, my market is the people who also feel the same as me. So it's like, those are the people I have to talk to. There's no point trying to talk to the rest of anyone else, because they're not going to buy anyways. It doesn't matter how much I try to convince them. The people who will buy are the people who also feel the same. And that goes for pretty much anything. Oh, he goes over internal and external problems. So kind of, and then later he goes over internal and external, how does he phrase it? He doesn't use the word, he might use the word roadblocks, but roadblocks or objections kind of thing. He doesn't use the word objections, but we'll cover that later. Oh, and then what was the previous thing they've tried that failed? They wanted this goal. What was the previous thing you tried that failed before you found the way that works? You're in Alberta, you understand. Right. Okay, so what was the journey and the conflict? So this is back to like traditional story structure. Like, what was the catalyst? What changed and moved you forward? Who's the villain? Or what is the villain? Or what was holding you back, kind of thing. It doesn't have to be a person, but it might be, or it might be a company. Like, is there a company that's preventing your target market from getting what they want? Is there bad ideas floating out there in the marketplace that are hurting people? That's your villain. What's the new opportunity? New opportunity. Who is the guide who got you there? And this is straight out of the story structure too. Like, who's the mentor? Is it a person? Is it a teacher? Is it another product that you used? Was it a inspiration you had? Was it something you saw that inspired you? Was it something you saw that made you think creatively and you found the solution? What was it that brought you to the new idea? To the epiphany, which is the next point. What new revelation did you have? And what's the new opportunity that that epiphany brought you to? Did you see that 23-year-old who's raising billions for a new capsule they've designed for a rocket, which will allow the rich to store 50 kilograms of stuff in space at a time? Interesting. So kind of just like a, like storage or like a time capsule? Great! Hello! Welcome, Green Panda. How are you today? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in. We are doing book club tonight, and it's kind of also a business club because we're talking about a business book, and we're going to be actually working through the business prompts in here, like the prompts for your business. So welcome and join in. Oh, thank you for the shout out. You're on it. You're so fast. How was your stream, Queen Panda? Welcome everyone. We usually do co-working on this channel about 3 to 5 times a week. And we also do art club on Wednesdays. We do book club first Monday of the month, writing club second Monday of the month. And then we do design and stuff other days. We usually do we do design club sometimes on Thursdays. We do marketing talk. We do a bunch of other stuff. Random stream. Yeah, I forgot to copy pasta, so you had to make up your own. I love it. It was long, but worth it. It still works. Oh yeah, and Ty, you were saying about the capsule in space. They can bring it down to the planet. But you're sure some countries won't be on board for it to come crashing down. Interesting. So like they get their stuff back eventually? How weird. Yeah, it sounds like something people would buy into. I hope everyone's having a good day. I like the twerking panda emote. That's wild. How's everyone's days and week been so far? I guess weekend. I guess we're just starting the week, aren't we? Monday is one of my usual day off, so I'm not on my first day of the week here. I'm like on my Sunday. Oh, the idea is that you can move something around the planet really fast because you shoot it into space and then shoot it down from space. That is wild. Don't encourage him. Yeah, pretty expensive shipping. I mean, if it gets halfway across the planet in an hour, I mean... Although, I mean, in this day and age, what do you need to get somewhere that fast that isn't data, right? Like, anything you need to move that quickly is going to be data. So, and that's going to move faster, not physically. I mean, I guess it depends on how much data, to be fair. But at that point, really. Interesting business idea anyways. But yeah, welcome everyone. Give a follow if you like co-working and reading and a whole bunch of other stuff. And yeah, we are just going through, so when I read a book, I take notes on it, and then I'm just going to reading out those notes, and we're going to go through, once we start getting to some of the workshop kind of questions, we're going to go through them and spend some time actually coming up with answers for them. And stories. This is all about stories right now in this book. It's a business book, and it's all about, yes, oh my god, no, Raid and Run is like the default. You go take a break, get some food, get some water, breathe, relax. 12 hours, that's a long stream. I hope you got everything you needed to done, and that you can rest and come back refreshed again tomorrow. If you're streaming tomorrow. And thank you again for the raid. Okay, so we are at the framework. His whole deal is about frameworks. That's his kind of big word. Well, he has many. Like I said, he repeats a lot, which is good. So the new opportunity leads into the framework. What's your strategy? How does that strategy get you results? You didn't finish everything quite yet. So you're going to email your employee, get back to her later. That's how I feel today. Sorry, Radha. Have a good night, though. Bam. How did you develop your strategy? Like, what did you test? What worked? What didn't? Oh, organs. Oh, that's an interesting one. But printing organs is slow. Printing organs isn't fast. I mean, eventually it will be, but printing organs is still a pretty slow process, even if we could make one that was perfect. Sugar, what are you arguing about? I have found us a loud friend. Wait, no. I'm gonna take her.
Yep. Come here. Come here, sweetie. Come.
Investigate.
Oh, she,
Alright, we're back. The fluffy one is angry. It's true.
Sugar.
Fluey also works. She's kind of fluey.
Come on. Come here.
Thanks for the lurk, JD.
She needs,
Oh yeah, it's about the idea rather than the actual company. Yeah.
no, she needs, no.
Princess, I'm sorry. Good dog. Okay. Where are we? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna deal with this dog. I'm back. What a wild book club tonight. We're all over the place. The sugar commands. She has so many commands now. So when you had your epiphany, what was the strategy you tried and what were your results? What are others' results? Have others tried your strategy and did it work for them or your product or whatever it is you're selling? But his whole idea is to not just sell a product, it's to sell a framework, sell a strategy that goes with that product. So instead of just selling, like in my case, like fashion or art, it would be selling a way to express yourself or something, or a way to be more professional, or a way to decorate your life, right? Like something like that, instead of just, here's a piece of clothing or a piece of print of art, is the whole idea. Oh, when this thing worked for you, what did you achieve? What was the result? What was the next step? And most of all, what was the transformation that resulted? How did you transform from where you were when you started to where you are now? Why is that better? Why is that a good thing? So he splits it into 5 phases with 14 questions. So phase 1, the backstory. What's the backstory? What's the desire? Internal and external desires. And what are the old vehicles you used in the past that didn't get the same result? That was phase 1. Phase 2, the journey. What was the call or the reason you started? Who or what is the villain? And what would happen if you didn't have success? Like, where would your life be if you hadn't figured this out? What would still be going wrong and why would that be bad? Phase 3, the new opportunity. Who was the guide? What was the epiphany? And what is the new opportunity? Phase 4 is the framework. What is the strategy or the framework? What were the results? And what are others' results? Phase 5, achievement and transformation. What was the end result? And how did you transform? So you can, even in my notes, like I've only copy pasted some of this and it's still very repetitive. He repeats things a lot, but it's clear by the end of it. Yes, selling ideas and lifestyles. Exactly. That's it. Moments. I love it. I had a glass of water. Oh, can you pass me my glass of water? It's right over there. I'm like, why is this one empty? I just filled one. I did, but it's over there. Thank you. All right, so why does your backstory give us a vested interest in your journey? See, this is the problem with me. Like, my backstory is like boring. Like, I don't know. I like fashion as an art of self-expression. I don't know. I just don't know how to make this interesting to anyone else who... I guess the idea is I have to stop trying to make it interesting to anyone else. It only has to be interesting to other people who already have at least some inkling in that direction. As I said before, I'm not trying to sell anyone. I'm trying to sell people who are already leaning towards appreciating this kind of thing, and people who will resonate with the idea like, hey, being able to dress the way I want made my life better, and find the people who actually agree and care about that, instead of trying to go generic and make something that will resonate with anyone. Because that's the other thing. I keep getting advice from people being like, and I've even tried to do stuff like, here, you know, here's how to like style from scratch. Like, here's how to build a capsule wardrobe. Here's how to do X, Y, and Z. And it's like, is this actually the market I want? Because that's really the market where they're looking for like the easiest introductory kind of fashion styling, which is not really the market I'm looking for. So I have to be careful of where I'm going. I'm just thinking out loud during this whole book club here, just to set the stage. Fun fact, you can lie regarding your backstory. Yeah, that is a thing. But then everyone says like, oh, the most important thing is authenticity. If you can fake that, you've got it made, right? No, but seriously, like, oh, okay, I'm supposed to be authentic, but the story also has to be captivating, but also it has to be true, but also it doesn't have to be true. But like, what? I need a marketing company so bad. Oh. Yeah, don't hide how you got to where you are. It just kind of proves that it's working. Okay, so he talks about something called an epiphany bridge, basically kind of that big difference between where you were, what you realized, and where it got you, where you are now. And so it's like, go back to that time and place and remember the circumstances that caused you to start on this journey. But it's like, I don't know, what is that, high school? Like, when I started really caring about fashion, like, is that what I'm looking for? Is that the story I'm looking for? Like, when this became important to me, I just, like, is that the story I want to be talking about here? Or should it be something more like, I want to say something like when I learned about how to design clothes, but that's not what I'm trying to sell. I'm not trying to sell designing. I'm trying to sell clothes. So why do I like fashion in the first place, not design? Authentic doesn't mean it actually happened. It means you believe it and the idea is correct. You think, okay, we're all choosing to believe in our best interests. Financial guru and business mentor. I like it. I like it. Okay, yeah. So like, what's the journey? I wrote down like self-expression, fashion and style. And then I also wrote down digital style because I do want to lean in toward that kind of digital fashion, filter fashion, NFT fashion, those kind of things as well. But like, I don't know how to write. I don't know how to broadcloth come up with something that makes more sense either. Like, what would that be for a company that wants to sell you clothes at the end of the day? Like, I don't know. You're off, JV. All right, well, have a good night, and hopefully we will see you again before end of stream. And if not, we'll see you in the future. Okay, so starting at the point where your listener's at the same place in their life right now when they'd be ready to hear this and ready to buy or like be convinced. So I mean, again, that's the other thing too, is like the kind of stuff I'm trying to sell is a different target market than I was at that point, right? Like, I didn't have the money for the stuff I'm going to be selling in high school. So like, the people I'm going to be selling to are people who are in their jobs, who are in their careers, maybe new in their careers, because if they don't know how to dress professionally yet, or they don't know how to express themselves and still be professional, is kind of the thing I'm trying to get at. Like, when you don't want to just wear a boring corporate style, you know, suit and look like everyone else, but you also don't want to stand out and not get that promotion. But so you want to be professional, but you want to have a little bit of originality, and like catching people who are just trying to develop that. I guess that's really what I want to try to get to, isn't it? Okay. Okay, let's write some of that down. I feel like there was some value there. And I have worked corporate jobs, so I feel like there might be something there. Oh my god, they tried to do that loophole. They actually cheated. It was made in Italy, but it was a city in China called Italy. There's no way that's legal though, because I feel like that's got to be like a protected term or whatever, right? If you're selling it in America and you say made in Italy, like, that should be a real term, right? Like, you shouldn't just be able to say, first of all, it should be the country, right? Like, you'd have to say Italy, China, or USA, China. I feel like legally, they're like literally breaking the law, not only pretending. And it's not anymore. They got shut down. Yeah, that's so funny though. I mean, honestly, things like that, like at the end of the day, you just have to be like, they tried, right? Like, what would they have to lose? They probably sold a bunch and then got out. It's just like, come on, guys. Really? Did you have to? You couldn't have tried to be a little more on the ball. Or not even on the ball. A little more moral. Just a little better for humanity. Okay, start at the point where the listener is. So that point is, I'm going to say new in a corporate job. Trying to find the balance between being professional and I was only like expressing themselves, but it seems too trite. But I guess that's the point for this. These are just notes. And showing who they are. Okay. Being human, right? Like, just appreciate the fact that these are other human beings. Stop tricking people. Oh, the law was technically not strict enough. place of manufacture, and everyone just thought that meant country, but then they're like, what if it didn't? God damn it, people. Yeah, once you get to high level in a company, you can kind of forget you're just another person. Don't forget to be human. I think that's super important. Okay, so I think this is a better way forward than trying to look at my history and try to focus more on what is the history of the person who is the target market, and kind of where can I relate to that? Because I can relate to that. I've done that. I've had to find that balance of what is appropriate for an office and what is still feels like me. Feel like yourself. Okay. How did you achieve the same result? Okay, so, I mean, trial and error. It was the part you hated the most of, the part of you hated the most in life, but you're glad you recognized it while you were still young. That's good, right? Being able to, oh god, my hair's driving me nuts today. Being able to like course correct early on rather than getting to like 60 and being like, what have I done? Okay. Okay, so come down from positioning as an expert, return to the beginning when you were struggling with the same things so that they can see you were once where they are now, so that they can have faith that you can take them to the next step. Okay. So the desire, what was the desire? Was it to win, retrieve, escape, or stop? And we already covered that. Okay, so I feel like we're back into kind of like, what are you selling? Kind of, is it like, this is kind of a different way of phrasing it rather than the, what are the normal way? I'm trying to think, like kind of, money, love, or there's a third one. Kind of like the main things people sell, and status. There's another one though. And so like, what was the desire? To win. I feel like self-expression is related to, I feel like self-expression hits two different points though. I feel like it hits like community and tribe, kind of associating yourself with something greater than you, but I think it also feels in that kind of like personal like satisfaction, that kind of who you are, intrinsic kind of feeling. The luck of the draw. Faith is key. People need to know you can take them to the next level, right? Okay, so desire. Okay, so we've got, I'm going to say self-expression again. I need to come up with like a better phrase for that, I think. Okay, so both an external tribe association and an internal sense of locus of self. Kind of that self-actualization, that kind of, what am I trying to say here? I have a phrase here. The reason people don't just take a job for money, they take a job that to put it in Gen Z terms, makes them feel some kind of way. Like satisfied, the difference between being satisfied in your life versus being satisfied with your life, those kind of things is what I'm trying to say. I know I've written this down somewhere, but like, if I go bother and go looking for it, it's going to take way too long. So let's just say self-identity. I'm going to say self-identity. Okay. So yeah, external perceptions, things like the appearance of attractiveness, wealth, power, status, kind of what styles are you wearing, what brands are you wearing, that kind of thing, versus the internal, what does it represent about you, even in a bubble? Like if no one ever saw it, what would that still, why would you still wear it? Why would it still matter to you? Versus also the creative aspect, right? Like I really like fashion because it does feel like a creative process. I'm gonna put that down too. Creativity. Styling as a creative process. Okay, I like that actually. Okay, so appearance. Status. And back on the brands and status line is also like being knowledgeable, like being up to date on what's currently, I'm gonna say in the know. I don't know if that's the best way to phrase that. Those deeper issues. Smart enough to wear jeans, which represent you like a fingerprint, unique to the person and gets better with age, right? Even if generally considered mundane or overlooked. Oh, jeans are the best. Jeans are so versatile if you know what you're doing with them. Fucking jeans are good. Yeah, the minute to minute. Okay, so what's the external goal? Dress well. Professionally and expressively, like dress nice. Go. Internal goal is the transformation of the internal struggle. So why would you want to express yourself? Because you feel that you want to express who you are. You want to share who you are. So the struggle of feeling invisible or overlooked, or that you can't communicate who you are. Okay. Feeling invisible. But you can't communicate. And I feel like one of the reasons I really gravitated toward fashion is because, like, I have always had trouble talking to people and communicating with people, and especially meeting people. Oh, thanks for contributing to the karaoke stream. How are you? How's your day going, Demon Queen? We are doing, talking about business books today. Okay, so... Yes, because, okay, so I was saying, like, I'm naturally not good at talking to new people or communicating to people, and it's something that I've gotten better with over time, but I spent a lot of time being very terrified of, like, having to meet people or having to talk to people or having to, like, and I still did it, but that scariness of people aren't gonna like me, or people are gonna hate me, or people are gonna disagree, or they're not gonna whatever, right? Combined with the fact that I'm a very, shall we say, I don't know, stubborn, tenacious, contrary person, and not knowing when to rein that back in when I was younger, it helped me to have a visual way to express myself that wasn't associated with putting my foot in my mouth. What? The artist dilemma. The US just banned abortion nationwide. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, what did they do? Like a new Supreme Court ruling or what? Oh my god, America, get your fucking act together. I'm so glad I've already given up on living in America in the near future. Roe versus Wade to be overturned. Oh, America, you've got to get your shit together. Oh my god, I want to live in New York at some point. Fucking sort your shit out. Supreme Court has voted to overturn abortion rights.
What?
Roe versus Wade to be overturned.
Are you fucking serious?
Nationwide in America, because America is a goddamn disaster.
Are you
fucking failed
serious?
state. I'm sorry if you're American. Fuck. Your country has some problems right now. Can we say Fall of Rome? Huh? Alright, okay, book. Alright. Internal struggle. Okay. Becoming someone different in the process. Oh, and I wrote down here, like, an NFT, even if it's the same, even if you have the same physical dress, the NFT makes it unique, which is kind of part of that unique self-identity. Hey, Captain Starbun, how are you? We are doing business book chat, and we're freaking out about America being a disaster. Okay. And also, like, if you can customize that NFT to have, like, a specific effect that's unique to it, it'd, like, literally be unique, right? The whole point of the digital versions. Okay, what was the previous things that have been tried to do this, to make this kind of professional self-expression? So, okay, so previous ideas, just dress boring in corporate. Boring traditional corporate dress. What else? Yeah, stressed about your car, of course. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do for like a month, right? You just have to keep driving it until you can get the appointment. That's so gross. More like yelling. What the fuck? Right? Okay. Boring traditional dressing. Feel like... I want to say oatmeal. I'm gonna write that down just because I feel like that's it expresses what I need it to express. And then other ideas are alternative styles, but hard to seem professional. Although that's kind of changing too now, which is nice. Hard to appear professional. Okay. So the idea is someone who has a good job, they have like their life in order, but they need to express themselves. Okay. Oatmeal, it expresses what it needs to express, right? Car healing hearts. I love it. Okay. Has a good job, maybe their first big job. Or maybe they just got a promotion or they want a promotion. So I feel like that would be a good market, right? Like people who are like, how do I get to the next level? And it's like, well, you dress like a fucking teenager. So, let's fix that. Mm-hmm. Okay. No, that's the thing. Sometimes I want to dress like a teenager, but just not at work, right? Well, of course you want to dress like a teenager. You know my theory on that. Still not at work. Try 14. Okay, so they're using attention and good attention. That's exactly what we're talking about. Okay, we're on to the journey. What's the call? What was the feeling, the impression, something you learned, an event you went to, someone you talked to? What happened that made you decide to try something new to reach your desire despite failures in the past? I think it's all the stuff I just covered. Things like if you want a promotion, you got a new job, those kind of things. Wanting to not feel like a teenager anymore in your professional adult job. So I suppose the idea there is telling a story about someone, or you have that moment where you realize that the way someone else is looking at you, they think you're immature, and then you have that moment where you're like, oh shit. Okay, that's a pretty emotional moment. That moment where you realize someone else isn't seeing what you wanted to express. They're seeing something immature when what you wanted to express was yourself, but yourself isn't that immature teenager anymore, and you need to find a new way to express that. Someone else isn't seeing who you are now. They're seeing who you were 10 years ago in high school. Okay, I like that actually. Because everyone's had that moment where you wear something or you buy something that, and then you wear it and then you're like, this is actually too old, isn't it? Or this is actually just not for my current stage in life anymore, is it? Like, I feel silly now. And then you're like, okay, I need to find something new. They're seeing who you used to be, not who you are now. Okay, I like that actually. Okay. I don't know what the villain is. The villain is, I wrote down conformity. I guess that would be the villain, wouldn't it? Okay. Conformity. I don't know, like what? Boringness. Okay, and what's at stake? What happens if you don't succeed? Practically, don't get the next job. Emotionally, feel silly and or depressed. Blandness. Also practically like hinder you from meeting the right person, right? If you're looking for an adult relationship, being able to connect in that level, practically, getting the right job, that's money, finding the right relationship, love, and then emotionally, feeling confident, okay. New opportunity, next headline. The goal in this phase is to help the listeners feel how you felt when you first had the epiphany. So I still don't really know what the epiphany is. The epiphany is just like combining a bit of creative flair with professional dressing. I don't know. I don't know. That this is possible? Is that the epiphany? So what's the guide? I think the guide for me would be like, I don't know, vintage fashion, classic movies? I don't know. I'm gonna write down my notes here though, because I don't really know. Vintage fashion, classic movies, I say Dior's new look because that's a huge inspo. Other guides would be what? Yeah, just other designers. Okay, I'll write them down. So we've got Dior, we've got what, Chanel, obviously. We've got Tamara Mellon, who is the woman behind Jimmy Choo. Christian Louboutin. And I feel like there's one more big one. Let's just write down Anna Wintour, because that's kind of in the same idea. That kind of directing culture, directing style kind of idea. So what gave you the missing piece? I don't know. I don't know what missing piece is. I guess what's the missing piece for this brand? For this, what's the unique selling proposition? Things like that, digital uniqueness, being ecologically sound in today's day and age, digital fashion, the fact that you can get factories that don't just waste product and don't hurt their employees. Okay. So write this down instead of just saying it out loud. Ecological, I'm going to say moral to employees, to animals, and the planet. Let's say factories with less waste. Digital fashion with no waste. What's the new opportunity? I wrote down fighting fast fashion with digital fashion. I feel like that's really more of a side note than the actual brand, so I've got to be careful not to lean too heavily on it. Because I feel like the real opportunity is more like being able to express yourself and still get that promotion. And that could be good too, especially if you have a really kind of work appropriate item and then the digital version is really fun and interesting that you can wear off the clock. Okay, we're on to the framework. Okay, strategy. What's the plan that applies this new opportunity? Okay, clothes that have creative details that are ahead of the mainstream. Okay, so I'm going to say classically tailored clothes. Silhouettes. Tailored silhouettes, because that's very important to me. With modern creative details. That are ahead of the mainstream. And unique digital flares, touches, something like that. Digital. Why is my hair doing that? Unique digital add-ons. Let's say add-on. Add-ons, wrong word. It sounds commercial. Unique digital benefits. Not accessories, because it'd be the same item, but digital. Unique digital. It's not details, because it's like a whole different thing. Unique digital components? No. Digital associations, digital options. It's so boring. Let's say versions, unique digital versions. Classically tailored silhouettes with modern creative details that are ahead of the mainstream, and unique digital versions. To express yourself. I don't know, something like that. That one's not finished, but that's actually, I don't mind the first half of it. To express who you are. Okay. What are the results? Feeling like who you are, feeling comfortable, and standing out for the right reasons. Okay. Feeling comfortable and standing out for the right reasons. Okay, good. Oh, that's not even charging. Okay, others results. Okay, so I've made clothes for other people, so I feel like I've got somewhere to go with this. Helping people express. Okay, others results. Helping people show their creativity to the world. And not just creativity, because wedding dresses aren't really about creativity. They're more about something about who they are instead. Creativity and personality to the world. And values. Wedding dresses are about your values. Sounds silly, but no, like legit, like, do you value romance? Do you value softness? Do you value glamour? Do you value sexiness? Do you value... There's a lot of values wrapped up in a wedding dress. To the world. I mean, there's a lot of values wrapped up in everything we wear, but that one in particular is kind of a one-off. Okay. What was the achievement and transformation? How do you feel after? Loving what you wear and feeling confident. Okay, and then what's the transformation? From someone desperate to fit in. Not even desperate to fit in, more like desperate to connect with people. With others. To someone happy with how others see them. Okay. Okay, so the most important ones are backstory, journey, new opportunity, framework, and achievement. So I'm going to put a little star in there. So we've got... new opportunity, framework, and achievement. Okay, good. All right, we're on to the 4 core stories. I know, wedding dress shopping, right? Having odd internet issues. Oh no. All right. Well, we will see you when you're here and miss you when you're gone. All right, 4 core stories. So he talks a lot about identifying the false beliefs that potential customers have about why something won't work for them and helping to give them new stories that help them see it in a different way, which makes a lot of sense, right? That's what the most marketing that's successful works, because you tell someone a story about how something worked for someone else and then they go, oh, they were able to change from their problem to solution. I guess that would work for me too. Whereas if you just try to convince them with facts, they don't believe it'll work for them. Okay. Identify the false beliefs. About why they can't be successful. See, this is the problem though, is that he spends like the next like multiple chapters going over how to write these stories, and like, I don't know, I just get stuck. I just don't know what to put in these stories. But that's why we're doing this tonight, so I can just sit down and actually work through it and try to come up with some things. Okay, and then give them new stories about how others overcame the same struggles. People need... Oh, I really liked this quote. It was about how if you're starting a journey, you're looking for reasons to believe. And if you don't believe that it's the right path for you or that it won't work for you, you never finish, which I think is the reason, you know, people start courses and don't finish, or they start, you know, a new idea and they don't finish, or they start a new diet or a new workout routine or a new business and they don't finish because while they're starting it, they're looking for reasons that it's going to work. And if they don't find those, they just stop. So it's about making sure you continually find new reasons, which I thought was good business advice too. Like, make sure you're continually giving yourself reasons why it's going to work so that you don't just decide to give up one day. The right path for you, or that it won't work for you. You'll try something different instead. Okay, how to rewrite the story. Start with experiences about those negative false beliefs, and then show how other people like yourself have overcome them using the framework or idea that you're talking about right now. Okay, so yeah, the brain takes stories and turns them into beliefs. Now, those beliefs can serve and protect, or they can be false beliefs that keep you from what you really want. That's kind of how our whole subconscious works. But our subconscious is all about safeguarding our status. So not letting us do anything dangerous or silly, or that's maybe going to make others look down on us. But sometimes you need to risk those things in order to move forward. So you have to identify the experience that made them create that story in the first place, and share a new story that helps overcome and form a new belief. Okay. Identify experience that then share a new story to help them form a new belief. Okay. All right, we've got 4 important stories: the origin story, the vehicle framework story, what is your new idea, the internal belief story, and the external belief story. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is the Epiphany Bridge story, is the origin story. So I have to be really careful here because, like I said, he repeats stuff so much that you can end up just writing stuff down multiple times and being like, no, wait, he's going to cover this in more detail later. How you learned it or earned it. their ability to do it. And 4 is external. What else is holding them back? What else is going to stop them, or do they believe is going to stop them? Okay, so we've got false belief patterns. We've got the experiences that lead to a story, and then overcoming that with an epiphany. Also an epiphany bridge to get from one side to the other. Chains of false beliefs. So, okay, so list all of the false beliefs a customer might have. Okay. Okay, so this is kind of like the workbook part of this. Okay, so what are the false beliefs they might have about their origin story, kind of? More examples. Nope, that's on to the next section. So this is the end of it. I just gotta fucking come up with these. Okay, so let's come up with at least one for each of these. I don't need to come up with a million right now. Okay, so what is a false belief someone might have I come up with the other ones better, so I'm going to move on to the other ones. So what is the framework? So the framework is classic fashion with creative details, so, and modern digital touches. So a false belief about that might be might be that I mean, something easy, the digital won't work. Digital products won't work. Won't work. Okay, false belief for an internal belief would be something like, I can't put these clothes together in a good way. Style. Outfits like these. Another one would be like, it'll look silly when I do it. External belief would be, I can't wear that to work. Alternatively, that's not enough. My friends would laugh at me for being too corporate, like kind of the other direction. My friends would laugh for being too corporate. You got both sides. What would be another vehicle story? Oh, those clothes won't look good on me. That'd probably be more an internal belief. Those clothes would look good on me. Okay. Okay, that's good. What's next is experiences. What's the experience they went through that gave them that false belief? Okay, well, everyone's had computer products not work. Oh, another one that's about the digital would be it won't be supported in the future. That's why you still have the real dress. Work, loss of old games. So if it's like these, what would be the experience? Buying something and not being able to wear it, or buying something and not being able to make it look as good as on the mannequin. Doesn't look like the mannequin. But this is all, the point of me doing this is that this is the kind of text I need to start filling in on my website, on my sales pages, and also in my fundraising type of documents. So I kind of need this kind of stuff to sell to people, both sell to one and sell to many, or I don't know, many to one, something like that. Whatever, fundraising. The mannequin, putting on an outfit and having to take it off because it looks terrible. Outfit that doesn't look like in your head. This clothes won't look good on me. Trying something on in a store that doesn't fit, that isn't flattering. Or getting something shopping online and getting it home. Having to send it back. All right, next up is the stories. What is this? Oh no, I haven't finished 4. Whoops. Okay, I can't wear that to work. Getting those side eyes from the older coworkers. Friends would laugh for being too corporate. Having your friends laugh at you. Make fun of you. Okay, now we're on to stories. Stories are about, what was the story that gave them this impression, which is really just kind of the experience. So the story is, if I do X, Y will happen. If I buy something too new, it will be frustrating. Too cutting edge, too technological. If I invest in new tech, I will lose it. Okay. If I try something new, I'll fail. If I change my style, I'll look silly. And if I try a new silhouette, it won't be flattering. Oh, one of the external ones is you won't carry my size. And hopefully we will. I want to be pretty size inclusive, so carry my size. Traditional designers are limited in size. They're quite limited. Story, if I get my hopes up, they'll be dashed. Okay, and the new story is we are trying to be inclusive as possible. Okay, where am I at? I can't wear that to work. What's the story? The story is if I branch out, work will be unimpressed. And the new story is these clothes are designed to be, yes, trans inclusive as well, right? These clothes are designed to fit in conservative environments. To fit in conservative environments. Obviously, if you work for like the most boring law firm or bank or whatever, wear your navy suit and deal with it. But if you have any sort of freedom at all, we gotcha. Friends will laugh for being too corporate. If I commit to my job, I'll lose my friends. The new story is you can still show your personality. And if your friends can't handle that, then they're probably not your friends. Okay, new story. If I buy something too new, it will be frustrating. You also get a real dress, but I mean, that doesn't really solve the problem. I guess the idea is Snapchat filters have been around for a while. And that's hopefully the tech I'd like to use. Snapchat filter tech has been tested for a while now. And obviously I'll have better answers for that kind of stuff once I know what kind of tech I'm using. If that's new tech, I will lose it. You will always have the dress and the photos you take of the digital clothes. Have the physical clothes and the pictures you take of digital clothes. Okay, we're getting through this. This is really good. This is kind of the stuff I wanted to do, and I've got like sheets and sheets of pages here, this is the information I wanted to get out, and I needed to just sit down and spend time doing it. All right, we're almost done this part of the exercise. If I try something new, I'll fail. I can't style outfits like that. These clothes are designed to be mix and match. And we will give you styling advice, honestly. I suppose I shouldn't commit to that until I know what the fuck the business plan is. To be mixed and matched between seasons, even. Seasons. Yeah, that's good. Okay. If I change my style, I'll look silly. you can start small. Start small by introducing one piece at a time. That's mix and match again. One piece at a time. I really don't have enough space on the side of the book. I'm like writing sideways at this point. If I try a new silhouette, it won't be flattering on my body. We offer multiple silhouettes. So if pencil skirt's no good, we offer full figure skirts. If full figure skirt's no good, we will offer pants. If pants are no good, we will offer etc., etc. We offer multiple classic silhouettes. And these, the reason these silhouettes are classic in the first place is because these are the silhouettes that do look great on people. Like, for a reason. These ain't your low-rise jeans that give everyone muffin top. Okay, what's the next part of this? I feel like I've barely... Oh no, I have gotten through quite a bit of my notes here. Good. Okay, so that was the stories, the false belief, experience, story, and new epiphany. Okay. And then the point is to really have like an actual written out story for each one of these. Like, either I felt that way too, or I know someone who felt that way too. They thought if they tried this new style of outfit, they would look silly. But then they did try it anyway. But then they learned that these clothes are designed to be mixed and matched and easily incorporated gradually into a wardrobe, so you don't have to start from scratch. Oh, that's a good misbelief too. I don't have enough money to replace my whole wardrobe. I can't afford to replace my wardrobe. New styles are expensive. New expensive styles and trends. If I take up a new fashion style, it will cost a lot. The clothes are designed... Ah, right, please. You know when you get ahead of yourself and you start writing the next word while you're still in the first word? Because you're saying it out loud? Or just me? Designed to be incorporated slowly. I like don't have enough space to write this. Whatever. I know what I'm saying. Okay. Okay. So next up, yeah, you can use your own personal stories or stories from other people, like friends or customers or other people. Okay, so next chapter was kind of about selling through presentations, but really like the idea of selling through presentations is also just like selling, period. Oh, and he's talking about the difference between one-to-one selling and one-to-many selling, whereas one-to-one is all about dealing with objections as they come up, whereas one-to-many means you have to like pre-deal with every objection you can think of, or at least the most important ones, which is what this exercise was all about. Like, come up with the objections in advance. What do you think people would say? Right? Actually, I should probably put like something just basic, like I can't afford that, or it's not worth that much money. Okay, it's not worth that much money. Designer clothes are overpriced. If I spend that much money on clothes, it's a waste. I'm out of space. And And the new story is these clothes are ethically made and it's not fucking cheap. Okay, so quality, ethical, maybe local. Could very easily be end up made in North America or made in Europe if we're lucky. Okay, yeah, because that's a really good objection. Yeah, okay, those are all the main objections I can think of off the top of my head. Okay, so yeah, being able to structure a presentation, use the offer you have, the stories you have, and put it in a sales framework. Okay, so they're talking about something we covered last time, which is the they called it a stack slide, but what they really mean is like offers. So I'm just going to scroll back up and cover that if you're paying attention to me today, because we covered that last time. Okay, so a stack slide, the first item is the core product. The second item is the opportunity switch, and that's the framework that goes along with the product. Basically, so the whole idea is to not just sell a product, is to sell a framework and a new way of whatever, getting the solution that they're looking for when they buy that product. Because people don't buy products, they buy solutions to a problem they have. Information that will help your customers get to success. Okay, so let's write this down here just because I don't have it in this book. Okay. Core product plus the opportunity framework. Okay. So basically the product and the tool. So you talked about you want to give a vision of a change for the future rather than just an improvement. People don't like being sold improvements. Can feel like you failed before, can feel like you're being told how to do something that you did wrong. Whereas if it's something brand new, it's not that you failed before, it's that didn't work for you. Here's a new one that will work for you. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, good. Okay, so basically combining things together. Okay, so what are you getting when you buy a dress? Okay, so you get the, what would this be? This would be changing your style, basically. This would be, or augmenting your style, or okay, it would be self-expression. You get self-expression, you get professional but creative self-expression. and creative self-expression. Okay, good. Yeah, it's taking a long time, but I kind of knew it would. That's why I wanted to spend time doing this. Okay. All right, so okay, so what else would come with this? You would get the digital version, the NFT, which are two separate products. People confuse this, but a digital anything is different from an NFT. The NFT is basically just a certificate, which is why some of them are meaningless, because if you don't trust the person who issued that certificate, it's like buying stocks from someone off the street. Like, the stocks aren't valuable except for what they're related to. Okay, okay, so digital dress, NFT, certificate, digital photo filter, plus how do I say something that's not realistic in the real world but is fine and animated? Fantasy details? There's a better way of saying this. With details that are only possible in CG. What am I trying to say? Okay, so if you have a regular dress and then you have a filter of that dress, the filter can do things that are not possible in reality. With extra reality details? I don't know if that's a phrase anyone's used before, but I'm going to use it right here, and maybe there's a better one I'll find later. Details. Okay. I think that says what I need it to. Okay, so you got the dress, you got the digital dress, you got NFT, you got to support a company that is inclusive. Support that is inclusive, ecological, how did I phrase this before? Treats animals and employees well. Inclusive, ecological. Let's just say. Okay, treats animals, employees, and the planet well. What have we got? We've got inclusive, we've got moral, we've got oh, gives back. Okay, that'll be a separate point. Kind of charitable. Quality is a separate point. Timeless is a separate point. Okay. Oh, locally made. Locally made. Hopefully. Or North American made at least. We've also got, what other slang points? Oh, small batch, made on demand. Honestly, made on demand is the whole point. Made on demand, so no waste, low waste. Low waste. Okay, probably more things too. Let's start with those though. Okay, so what would be the other sides of that coin? It would be things like quality. It would be things like, oh, timeless. Timeless. We've already got professional and creative up there. Self-expression. What are the other kind of things that we're selling here? We're selling, we've got self-expression, we've got the ethical, oh, gives back. Gives back. Gives back. Charitable donations. Charitable percent of profit. Probably to a homeless shelter or something like that. I also want to say supports those in need in the local community, because that's something I would like to do. I'm a big believer in like rehabilitation programs and things like that, and also helping people get jobs. And I feel like, you know, professional clothing could be a useful thing on that. Okay, what else would be useful on this part? I think that's about it. Anything else about the more of the framework? Okay, I guess probably a community. Let's say community. Community. Others to share and help with styling. Okay, I like that. Okay, I think that's that part. Good. They said put values next to all of this, but I don't think I'm there yet. Okay. Okay, 4 stories. We're back to that. We're back to this. We did that. Okay. Okay. So that's that one. Story inventory. Stack slide and the framework. Okay. Now they talk a lot about knocking over the big domino, which is basically if you can get people to emotionally agree on one big point, none of the other stuff matters. And if you have all the other stuff but they still don't believe the one big thing, it doesn't matter either. You'll never get them. Okay, if they have one big false belief that affects everything, that's what you need to find. So we have the framework has the big domino, the 3 secrets, and the stack and closes. Okay. And actually goes into kind of how to, like if you're doing a webinar or something like that, you can structure these with the right percentages of time and stuff. So oh, I'm glad I didn't plan for anything after this. Well, I mean, I have stuff like social media and stuff to do, but I'm like, after this, I'd like to do a bunch of other stuff. And I'm like, but I don't need to. And I'm like, oh my God, yeah, it's getting late. The 3 secrets. But this is good. This is something I needed to do and I wanted to do, and I'm getting it done. And also it's book club, so it's the right night to be doing it. The 3 secrets and the stack and closes. Okay. Okay, so we're not going to go through the details about all of that. The presentation is not about getting your audience to believe a lot of things. It's about getting them to believe just one thing. You're not trying to convince a bunch of things. You're just trying to convince someone of one thing. That's what's going to take to make them understand and agree with you. Okay, also, you mentioned clearly, if you get into teaching mode, if you teach too much, you will lose people. The better the teacher you are, the more you can struggle in actually getting people to sign up or get on board. So you teach, explain, and provide social proof, but do not teach the tactics. Just the what, the strategy, not the how, which makes sense, right? Because that's what you're trying to sell. For me, I'm more of a product business, so it's a little bit different, but okay. Okay. So try to identify the one thing that if you knock it down, everything else becomes irrelevant. Irrelevant. Okay. Hey, yeah, if a prospect has to believe a bunch of things in order to buy what you're selling, if it's more than one, you need to rework your sales idea. And if you're struggling to make an argument that works, double check whether it's a new opportunity versus an improvement. Improvements are very tough to work with. Okay, if new opportunity is what you want. Something, a new way to do something, not a better way. Okay, so not new and improved, just new. Okay. Okay. So especially if you're in a market like that's oversaturated, like you're trying to help people lose weight, like you have to find a way to create it a new, what's different than everything else they've already tried. And I mean, fashion's a pretty oversaturated market as well. So what's different? Couple technical details, but the main thing is we're going to try to help you have creativity while ensuring that you're good for your career. I need some moisturizer. My hands are getting dry. I have some right over here, though. There we go. My scone! I forgot about it. It's just sitting here waiting for me to eat it. How exciting. Now I'm putting moisturizer on my hands, though. Yeah, I'll just try to keep it on the back of my hands so I can still use my hands for eating. We'll have to give it a minute either way. Okay. So make sure I get them on my elbows so they don't get dry. There we go. Okay, where we are actually almost finished with my notes that I've taken, and then there'll be more of this book next month. Okay. Think about who your target audience is. Like, who is it that you want to be listening to your marketing Where are they coming from? What do they... Where are they at? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to teach insert blank how to blank through blank. So I'm going to teach submarket how to result through niche. Okay. Moisturizer dries pretty nicely, but to make sure you actually... The thing is, I put on a little bit too much because I assumed I was going to use both sides of my hands, and then I'm like, no, I need this going. So I'm like, oh crap, I have too much. How to result through niche. So I'm going to teach creative professionals. That sounds like more like specifically targeting professionals in the creative domain, which I mean, I don't know, might be an appropriate niche, but I feel like creative professionals actually go way too casual. Okay, let's say professionals. Oh, I should say corporate professionals. How to express their style, express themselves through style. This is not a without, but I feel like without is like literally the next section. Whatever, I'm putting a without in here. Through style. Without risking their job. I don't know. Whatever, that's fine. Okay. Next. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the literal next note is how to desire without thing they fear. So that's, yeah, I pretty much covered that. Losing your job is kind of the thing you fear. Yeah. Okay, or without losing yourself would be the other thing. How to... yeah, I feel like I should write the flip side of this. Okay, how to... dress well without losing your originality. Okay, that's better. Okay, good. Okay, where are we at? We are at, okay, a bunch more examples for that. Oh, there's a quote from Blair Warren. I don't know who that is, but people will do anything for those who encourage their dreams, justify their failures, allay their fears, confirm their suspicions, and help them throw rocks at their enemies. So do all those things. So justify their failures. We covered this kind of in the story inventory, like kind of, you've tried things before, things haven't worked in the past. Okay. Okay. Failures. All right, so justify their failures. You've tried different styles before. Tried different styles and felt silly before. Before. There's a lot of options out there. And a lot of ways to waste money. Okay. Allay their fears. If you've been afraid that you don't know how to look like an adult, or you don't know how to express yourself as an adult. I like that better. I want to put those fears to rest. Okay. It can be confusing. It's okay. That information overload can keep you from success. It's okay. Okay, throw rocks at their enemies. Okay. Okay, so, fast fashion and big designers and traditional designer brands. Okay, so fast fashion. Means the cost of getting it wrong. Something like that. Okay, so the problem with fast fashion is that you can buy a bunch of stuff because it doesn't matter if you get it wrong because you just throw it out, but it's killing the planet. Whereas traditional designer brands are the opposite. You have to be so careful about what you buy because you're spending a lot of money, and then you can still end up with something you don't love. Okay, fast fashion makes it easy to feel like mistakes don't matter, but they're killing the planet. Something like that. Okay, fast fashion makes it easy to experiment with new styles. Makes it easy to feel like you're changing your style, but the clothes don't last and the costs are real. I like that, because then it indicates that even if you don't care about the ecology, like, you're still not really changing your style, because whatever you bought's going to be dead in 6 months, and it doesn't matter. You won't be able to wear it anymore, so you'll still need to find your style again. Fast fashion makes it easy to feel like you're changing your style. But the clothes don't last. And the ecological damage does. It does. Traditional designer brands, designer labels. Can feel like more of an investment. But what? But they're often made in China. Anyways. Like literally all the same problems as fast fashion. They just cost more. Okay, so it can feel like more of an investment. But you can still end up with things you don't love. Don't love. And often enough, they're still made in China with not great quality. Okay, have I beaten down other types of clothing manufacturers enough? Okay. Okay. Okay, so suspicions are who wants them to get it wrong. Traditional fashion wants you to get it wrong so that you come back and buy more. If you feel like they care more about the sale and not what happens to the clothes at the end of the day, you're right. And the effects on our planet. Care only about the initial sale with no regard for what happens after to that garment after. Or the effects on the planet. On the planet and its inhabitants. Let alone their customers. You'd be right. Okay. They don't benefit from... Why do I benefit from these things? They don't benefit from getting you in sustainable what am I trying to say? Heirloom quality, heritage quality. Let's say heirloom quality. Heirloom quality. Animal heirloom quality pieces. They want you to buy more. Buy more, throw it out, and buy more. Ooh, we are just getting scathing today. Ouch. These scones should have come out like 3 minutes earlier. I always forget that they cook more once they're out. It's so hard to time. Okay, the difference with us is that, okay, and like literally the line here is that we actually care about your success. I'm like, okay, I feel like I have to prove that a little bit more than just saying it. But I'll put it in, actually care about the planet. That's true. About you finding something you'll love for a lifetime. I don't know, lifetime might be too long for clothing that you'll love for years. For years. I'll put timeless up here instead of heirloom because I feel like I just can't make that kind of claim on clothing because clothing just gets stained too easily and then it's done. Timeless, sustainable, timeless quality pieces. That's better. You'll love for years because they're timeless. You can just keep wearing them. They won't go out of style. Find something you'll love for years. And about the planet we live on. About the future of the planet for all of us. The planet we all live on. God, this is so cheesy, and truly want to see you living the life of your dreams. All right, I'll write it in. That's why I'm reading this guy's book, because he makes a lot of money than I do, so I guess there's something to it. I feel like I've got to find a way to say that a little bit more authentically to me, though. Although, again, at the end of the day, it probably won't be me saying this. It's going to be a website, right? Or someone else in marketing. See you. I do want to see people living the life of their dreams. That just sounds cheesy when you say it like that. I want to see people happy and expressing themselves and feeling joyous about it. So I should just say that. Your dreams. Actually, yeah, let's write some of this in my own words here. I want to see people happy and expressing themselves. Okay, next up is encourage their dreams. Yeah, God, I knew this was going to be a long book club because there's just so much stuff here. Like, this book is dense. Like, I'm a fast reader, and it's taken me more than 2 months to get through this book. To be fair, I didn't have it for a couple weeks there, library. But the book is dense. So if you do read this book for yourself, which I would recommend if you're starting a business, especially if you're starting a business on the internet or a side hustle where you want to sell something over the internet, read this book. It's basically like if he's not one of the first who started with internet funnels, he's definitely one of the biggest, and he knows what he's talking about. So that's what we're here for. This just sounds so cheesy. I know you have a dream to change the world and make an impact. See, this is talking about like business to business though, so I have to change that anyways because that's not what I'm trying to support. I'm not trying to support them changing the world with their business. I'm trying to support them changing their life with their clothes. You want to feel comfortable and joyous every day in the clothes you wear. I'm like hurting my wrist. Oh my God, I've got to work tomorrow too. And I want to show you how to make that happen. Now the idea is that you'd go into like a presentation with this. Again, really, this is really more like for a website for me. And I want to, I think I can still say show you though, because it would lead on to more information that would show things. How to make that happen for you. Yeah, just happen. Okay, so next up, we're almost done for today. It says to make sure you have a point where you tell them what your goals are, so that if their goals are different, they can opt out. Okay. Hi. You know, this is good. It goes into talking about helping two different types of people, which is kind of what I've got. Because I've got, first of all, I've got two types of people who are A, alternative and need to become more corporate, and B, corporate but need to express themselves. And then I've got the other side, which is people who are already like advanced dressers, basically, like someone who, you know, is into style and fashion already. I feel like that's probably not who I'm even trying to reach. They'll just buy this stuff because they like it. Like, I don't need a sales presentation to buy the clothes I like. I just see it because I like it and I buy it. But see, that's where I get so lost on all of this marketing, because it's like, But the problem is there's a million fashion companies. And so if you don't have differentiation and real marketing, your fashion company is going to bleed into the background with all the other companies, and then eventually it just won't exist anymore. So you have got to differentiate and use all the tools available. And right now, that's marketing, internet marketing tools for me, because that's what I got. Okay, I feel like the two types of people are those looking to develop their style and
and those who are more experienced what do the more experienced people need? They need clothes that will be versatile. I suppose this should be under my stories here. Like, I already have enough clothes. That's a pretty good objection. Let's put that false belief. This is more of the same. If I try a new brand, I'll waste my money. If I buy more clothes, I'll be in the same cycle. I like that. Okay, if I buy more clothes, I'll be in the same cycle, and the solution is we're not part of the cycle, we're here to break that cycle. I like that, actually. Cycle. We're not part of that cycle, we're here to break that cycle. Oh, I like this. See, this is all this brainstorming where it's like, then, you know, you work for like 3 hours and then suddenly you get a couple lines that are really good out of it. Break that cycle. Okay, and I already did, it's expensive. Okay, 2 types of people. Okay, so for those looking to build their first I want to use the word professional again. I feel like sustainable is the wrong word, but it's also should be in there. And also help 2 types of people. For those who are just starting to build a elegant. I feel like I haven't used the word elegant yet, and that's like one of my keywords. Just starting to build an elegant. I don't want to use the word mature, that is the wrong connotations. Especially if I'm trying to look at people who are new in their careers. For those who are just starting to build an elegant but stylish wardrobe for their careers. What you looking for? Oh, I've seen like 500 toothbrushes, but I don't know which one in particular you're looking
there
for.
it is.
Oh, good. Elegant but
For those who are
stylish.
starting to write their story.
No, I was laughing at some of this. It was so cheesy, but hey, he makes money, so he's got to know what he's doing.
There are 2 kinds of people: those who are starting to write their story, and those who haven't found their story, and found out what their story will be yet.
See, you got this. You could sell something.
Yeah.
Elegant but stylish. Wardrobe for their career. Career. find, what will you find? You will find quality pieces that will integrate easily and elevate your wardrobe, elevate your, what am I looking for? I've used wardrobe and I've used style already. Will elevate your social style, your dress, your elevate your dressing. I don't really love that word, but it'll do. It'll elevate your dressing and create a foundation to build a style that represents you, a style that represents the new you. Build a style, I'm using style again, that properly, that accurately, that what that represents?
Sugar.
That represents the you are now. Okay, and then for those more confident in their clothing choices, you'll get beautiful, original, creative, unique. I need better words in this. You'll get beautiful pieces to inspire your next outfit. I like that, something like that. You'll get, because inspiration is one of my key values too. You'll get beautiful I want to see something more dramatic here, like eye-catching, jaw-dropping, show-stopping, something like that. Beautiful. Head-turning. But I don't want it to be about that kind of like garish attention. It's really about that subtle attention. You get beautiful. Eye-catching might be right, because eye-catching indicates like you can catch the eye for something really subtle. Get beautiful, eye-catching pieces to inspire your next outfit. Okay, I don't mind that actually. That's kind of like, that kind of covers it. Because yeah, one of the things I was feeling is that I was really forgetting about the people who already want to buy this stuff because they just like this kind of clothes and they just want to buy it, like me. So we got them covered now too. Okay, those who are just starting and need help, and those who are already confident and want unique, beautiful pieces. Okay, the other thing is to something about digital fashion. I need to cover that. Okay. we're also here to help you build your digital wardrobe. Okay, we're also here to help you start or grow your digital closet. Now, something really simple, like even if you've never used a Snapchat filter before, or maybe something like it's as easy as a Snapchat filter. And the added value of an NFT is available as well, something like that. Okay. Getting started is as easy as using a Snapchat filter. And for those who what? For those who want the added, for those who, and NFTs are available for added value. I think added value is about where I want to be. And NFTs are available for added value to those who collect them. That way it doesn't indicate that anyone has to know what that is or understand what that is or be in support of it. You can just ignore that if you don't like them. For those who collect them. Okay. God, I need to start a fucking more of an NFT community. I need to join some of NFT communities. Okay, what's the other thing I need to talk about? I need to talk about digital fashion in general and NFTs in general. Oh, NFTs for fundraising. All right, if you're interested in supporting, if you're interested in investing in the company through NFTs, something. I have no details worked out on this, so this is all very... Hey, Ty, you're back. How you doing? Is your internet stabilizing a little bit? Okay. Okay, so this wouldn't even be on the same page anyways, but I just want to write it down because it's kind of in my brain and it is something I need to get some word paths out about. Is that a phrase? Do people use that phrase? Okay, okay, something like if you're into, like, this is a whole separate sales webpage, fundraising webpage, honestly. Okay, if you're interested in, yeah, that needs a whole nother run through from this, go from the start, right? Like stories about investing in fashion companies, stories about investing in general, stories about NFTs. That's a whole different thing, but I'm just kind of putting some notes down here so that I have a little bit of stuff on the page. Okay, so if you're interested in what do I want to say, like stocks and investments, what do I want to say? And return. I want to say something that's more of benefit to the person. So like returns, receiving dividends, something like that. If you'd be interested in company stocks, I don't know what I'm doing here. If you'd be company stocks and receiving dividends or returns, investment NFTs are also available. This is probably not how this page would be phrased at all. I'd probably be like, here, let me tell you about these things that you already know are available because you clicked on the link to get here. Are also available. Okay. Yeah, I mean, an NFT is really just a certificate, right? What's a stock? A certificate. Any value in an NFT is related to who issued the certificate, like who the certificate is associated with. Just like a stock. So you wouldn't buy a stock from some guy on the street who said, I have a stock for the Mona Lisa, do you want to buy it? Right? Like, you'd know it's worthless. Same with an NFT. If you buy one from someone who you trust, who has a trusted method of growing value, then it's the same thing. I think NFTs are thought of as only the most low-hanging fruit right now. I feel like there's a lot there that's going to be really interesting because it's just a digital certificate. Okay, what else do I have on my notes here? Anything else to cover today? Okay, all right, we've got a little bit. My goal is to get you to believe that company name, that this method of dressing, I don't know, that this, yeah, sure, whatever, I'm gonna change that. I don't like that. Method of dressing, clothing yourself. This method of dressing is the key to, ooh, I like this, the key to your new promotion, your next client, haha, your next whatever, your next big sale. Is the key to unlocking your next career move. Are you stealing that dog?
Hmm?
Are you stealing that dog?
Yeah, I think she wants to go to sleep.
Oh,
yeah, she's really excited.
sleepy
to
sleep.
go to sleep.
Sleepy potato.
Want a hand? I'll help you down. I'm just gonna get my stream back up. My browser crashed.
Of course it did.
Like, I was closing down all the superfluous tabs, and then it just the whole thing went. I guess you don't need me anymore. Oh, come on. Hi, baby. Come on. You're so sleepy.
I'm going to show you this original framework. I don't know. I don't have a framework. Fucking wear clothes are good. That's my marketing slogan. Done. Who needs all this bullshit?
There are those who are just beginning to write their clothes. And those who haven't found their clothes yet. That's actually a really good, like, I feel like it fits in with the absurdist
Mm-hmm.
of the current generation.
Oh, yeah, no, if you were selling something to Gen Z, you could totally do it. I'm trying to sell to probably mostly millennials. Maybe a little bit Gen Z, mostly millennials. Definitely millennials and older.
Yeah. Millennials like that stuff as a sort of curiosity.
Yeah. Not the millennials I'm trying to sell to.
No.
No. Too serious. Okay, to achieve that result. What I've got qualify yourself is the next point. So like, why am I experienced to do this? In the past years, I've had a chance to, and I've been able to help other people, but it wasn't always that way. In fact, a few short years ago, I was like you. Backstory story. Tell the story. Okay. All right. Oh my God. See, there's just so many things. And I wanted to write this down by hand because I don't know. If I just copy paste it in a text document, it doesn't sink in. You know what I mean? I don't get as much creativity out. I don't remember where I wrote it down, but this is good. Okay. In the past years, I've had an amazing chance to start this fucking company, I guess. No, it should be something that you've done because of this opportunity. So what have I done because of the way I dress? Get invited to cool events. No, I don't know. I've had an amazing chance to I don't know. See, this is where I get stuck because I'm like, I don't know, it's fucking clothes. We're clothes. They're good. They're great, actually. They're so great. Hi, beautiful. Do you want this scone? I'm not going to give it to you, but I'm going to give you love. Come here. Hi, love. You are like whipped cream yourself, so. She's like, that's why I need a scone. You go well together. Yes, you do. If you would eat the scone. Oh my God. We spilled a whole bunch of shredded cheese on the ground today, too. So, we cleaned most of it up and put it in the garbage, but Sugar definitely got a bunch of shredded cheese today. What a lucky duck. What a lucky duck you are. I know, that's why she's so chill, because she's like, yes, I got everything I wanted today. It was cheese.
Is there something in, like, the casing that
it's always
makes...
cheese.
Yeah, isn't there some sort of relaxing?
Oh, probably. No, there's just tryptophan, probably.
Oh, yeah, tryptophan, yeah. Oh, jeez. She's really sleepy.
I know. I can't. Yeah, I can't even try to tell her to stay out here because she's like, look at she's draped asleep.
Okay, sure.
Look at her stupid face in the picture. She's like resting on my arm.
Sugar,
okay, baby dog, you may leave.
Okay.
You may go to sleep because you already are. You beautiful dumpling. Okay, cool thing you've done because of your new opportunity. My new opportunity is these cool clothes. What cool thing have I done? Because I understand how to fucking dress myself like an adult, not like a fucking slob like everyone fucking else in the world nowadays. No, I just like clothes. Okay, no bitterness, just what? Okay, amazing chance to I don't know, man. You've been working on spooling some new composite fabrics. Don't know why. Cheap and fun. You thought about fiberglass, hemp, and merino wool. Breathable, difficult to tear, durable, and insulating, allowing for year-round usage for a variety of articles from jackets to shirts. It is really exciting that we're starting to see more actual things being done with things like hemp, because it's a fiber that people have talked about for a long time but haven't done anything with because it was just hard to work with for legal reasons. And it's like, okay, now we can actually do stuff. Cool. Excellent. I'm surprised you put merino wool on that list. Does it kind of stand out for its properties? If it works, there can be a patent. Ah, it's kind of odor proof. It's because I still have one bite of scone left and she saw it.
Is that Jesus? Because she seemed really.
Oh no, she wants to be here until it disappears, and
I
then she'll
thought
go.
She hated me. She's like adamant to get away.
She's like, I must leave. She just wants to be next to Scone. Close to Scone. Is that the song you would sing? Why do scones? No, why does cheese fall down from the sky every time you walk by? Just like Shug, it wants to be close to Scone. So it doesn't make any sense because the scone wasn't on the floor, but whatevs. Merino wool is similar to Lycra, but it's sustainable and renewable and highly insulating, soft and breathable. Oh, very neat. Yeah, so I'm vegetarian, not vegan, and I'm a big fan of things like wool because it's a sustainable material, right? Like, this is a renewable resource. As long as it's ethically produced, which you can find that. Yeah, New Zealand dollars, that helps. Hey, J3DJ, what have you been up to? Thanks for the lurk. Okay. Cool thing, because of the opportunity, no idea. Okay, amazing chance to, let's just say something like, I don't know, meet others in fashion industry. I don't know, I'm seriously stumped on this one. Industry. And I've been able to help other people, help others. I'm gonna go with wedding dresses on this one. Help others express, hey, quiet you. She's like, went over to the door and started like snorkeling at it for no reason. Right? Like when you have like actual traditional style farms, not like the weird profit at all costs kind of modern American and thus spread to everywhere else China kind of awful style farms. Like, yeah, no, these things don't have to like be atrocious. It could just be a nice, sustainable, compassionate, renewable field. Sugar. Help others. Do I want to say express again? I feel like I've used that word too many times. Help others show their style. Show their personality. Nah, I don't like this at all. Okay, I'm trying to say something like show who they are in their wedding through their wedding dress on the most important day of their lives. Something like that. Show. Show who they are on who they are with the most important dress in most people's lives. I need to say wedding in there, otherwise it's just like it's like a hiding the main important point, and it's like it's obvious, but like why are you not saying it? It's not a secret. Oh, I saw that, but I was looking at it on my phone and I didn't bother to try to open it. But I am gonna check it. My phone can probably open it too. I just, you know. Hey, show who they are. Stop. Come here. Now you get to sit with me. Because you're loud. Come here. You get to sit close to Scone. And fall asleep. Okay. Phone will definitely open it. Okay, excellent. Show who they are and how they love, something like that. Hi, beautiful muffin. I've been able to help others with their wedding day style, with their wedding gowns. Hydrate. Yeah. Okay, we are, I keep saying this, but I feel like we're almost through book club for tonight, but okay, who they are. Help others. Help others on their wedding day. Sure, whatever. I don't really care. I can edit this later. On their wedding day, show who they are with the most important dress in most people's lives. That's wordy and weird. Most important dress that most people wear. I've still got two most in there. That doesn't help. Okay, whatever. I'll leave it for now. But it wasn't always that way. Okay. In fact, just a few short years ago, I was just like you. Like you. Backstory. Okay, trying to fit in at my first corporate job. Okay. Now we're into the Epiphany Bridge origin story. How much would you charge for that? How much do you think you could introduce efficiencies into that process, allowing for customization yet also somewhat affordable? Charge for what? Are we talking about the fiber? The material? Oh, wedding dresses. Wedding dresses I've just done on one-off basis, right? The design itself I have up for sale on my website for I think starting at $1,000, not including materials. Materials are where it really gets you can either do a wedding dress really cheap, or you can do a wedding dress really expensive depending on your materials with the exact same design. So wedding dress materials get crazy. If you're like, well, I would like some hand-stitched lace, and I would like a thick satin, and I would like silk, and I would like pearl beading all over the damn thing, and I would like some crystal beading on there too, like bing 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 bing. So it's really about kind of making sure the bride has reasonable expectations, and usually they can get a pretty good expectation just from looking about how much things cost in mass market. Like if a wedding dress, if all the wedding dresses you like are covered in lace and they all cost like $1,000 to $6,000, and you can tell the difference between the $1,000 one and the $6,000 one, well, that's what you're paying $5,000 for. It's the difference in that lace is much nicer on the $6,000 one. If you can't tell the difference, then fuck, you can get it done for $1,000. Done. Depends on how picky you are. But for doing it more mass market style, wedding dresses is definitely a market I considered when I was trying to decide which market to lean into. But it's a very specific market, and quite honestly, I want to do dresses I want to do clothing I can wear every day, right? I love making wedding dresses because they're so like special and fancy and glamorous, but I like designing things that people get to wear every day and just be a part of their lives. I mean, wedding dress is obviously a big part of someone's life, but it's also a limited part versus something that is something that you get to incorporate into your whole lifestyle. I would have gone into wedding dresses if I really wanted to lean into couture, if I really wanted to lean into custom, and if I really wanted to lean into like uber high end, like tens of thousands of dollars kinds of and up kind of dresses. Because otherwise you're just competing with, it's like anything, you're just competing with mass market. And even wedding dresses, like there's a lot of companies that just mass produce in China and have absolutely like zero margins and produce at the lowest possible, you know, quality, and, you know, have no human rights accommodation, no ecological accommodation, no anything like that, right? And so yeah, if you want to produce something quality, you can't compete with that. You have to go high end or custom, and you have to be willing to find you have to market in such a way that you're finding customers who that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for the cheapest version of the wedding dress they want. They're looking for the version of the wedding dress they want that has all these extra bonus features associated with it that you have to pay for. If you want a wedding dress that didn't use sweatshop labor, you have to pay for that. If you want a wedding dress that has the best quality fabrics, you have to pay for that. And it goes up very quickly. Yeah, so that's the thing, like trying to hit the middle of that kind of market it's useless. Like you just can't do it. I mean, that's why I'm not trying to hit the middle of, I mean, it's not why I'm not trying to hit the middle market for what I'm trying to do. But it's a good reason that even if I wanted to, I wouldn't, because you can't compete with China. You just absolutely can't compete with fast fashion unless you have a huge startup kind of capital. And even then you'd need a really, really good business plan to compete even at the mid-tier range, right? Even making stuff that's not like H&M level, like kind of the stuff in that $100 range, like that is a really hard market to compete in, because the only way they get there is by producing a heck of a lot in China. Okay, where are we? So that's a takedown of that part of the industry. Okay, so talk about all of the stages of the Epiphany Bridge story, and I think we covered that last month. Shein started off with 110 million. Yeah, I believe that. And they also still took forever to grow. Like, I remember actually buying stuff from Shein before they were fucking Shein. And no one had ever heard of them for like 6 years after that. People would be like, where did you get that? And I'd be like, oh, it's a website called Shein. And people would be like, oh, okay, what? Like, no one knew. So it took them for fucking ever to become what they are now. It was not an overnight success. And even with that much investment, right? So they really had to commit long term to get where they are now. Of course, now they're dominating, so they did everything right. They did everything right from a business perspective. They did not do hardly anything right from a ecological perspective. They spent 11 million on the fabrication of clothes, 39 million on factory construction, and 60 million on marketing. Yup. See, if I had unlimited funds, I would build a factory. That is exactly what I would do. Or I would buy a factory. I wouldn't build one, I'd just buy one. And probably invest in some new machines that did specific things. But fuck. Yeah, I would 100% go straight for a factory. That's funny. Okay, so that's how they do it. They just literally have their own factory and they make things. That's cool. That makes perfect sense. 6-1 on marketing. Yup. Yep. Yeah, luxury marketing is about, is usually luxury marketing, and general fashion marketing is about whatever you spend on making the item, like the actual cost of the item, should be about the same you spend on marketing, and then everything else in the price point is all the other stuff, right? Like, retail markup and taxes and overhead and business costs and things like that, right? But yeah, no, marketing and the item should be about the same. But 6-1, that's crazy. It worked though. Holy fuck, it worked. That's really interesting. Where did you find that information out? I would be very interested to read more. Okay, so it says write down bullet points for each of the 14 steps. Okay, so let me just write that in because I won't do that now. The 14, because I think I also have it like elsewhere in this text document. 14 Epiphany Bridge steps. Also, because I haven't actually filled them out yet. I have them written down for what I need to fill out. Oh, that's a really good point. There's tons of companies I should just fucking research like that. God damn it. Fuck. See, I need you around, Ty. Otherwise, how would I ever think of this kind of stuff that's so freaking obvious? And until you have someone smart around to say it out loud, you don't think about it. Fuck. Okay, well, that's what I need to do next. Business club. Jesus shit. Business club is getting more boring by the fucking week. It's like, this time we're doing a business workbook. Next time we're going through corporate financial documents. Yay! Finance nerds, sit down. Okay, so after that, it's break other false beliefs. So identify the 3 core false beliefs. How many lines do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not enough. Damn it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so we'll just go halfway down the page. Okay. 3 core false. I can't believe I got this far into this book in this couple weeks. Like, oh my god, I have so many notes here. Jesus Christ, this book is dense. Hey, Demon Queen. Is there a particular trick to looking on the websites for these documents? Like, is there a particular, like, link that they're always under? Or, like, page that they're usually found on? Or, like, an easy way to usually find these documents? Are they usually even on the same website? Or do you have to, like, find the company that owns the company kind of website kind of shit? Investor relations. All right. Yeah, I guess because they would want to be very clear to the people who are investing in them, like, hey, look, here you go. Ah, how much money the theater you worked in made. And not paying you. But it turns out they were going broke! That's so funny. Oh yeah, movie theaters were... I mean... It's interesting because movie theaters in America have been like struggling for a long time, but movie theaters in Canada were doing pretty well for a while. And then I think got iffy, and then quarantine fucking destroyed movie theaters everywhere, so. But yeah, Canadians really liked movies in theaters for a long time, for a lot longer than Americans. A lot more wholeheartedly than Americans, shall we say. Oh, it's always under investor relations or quarterly financial reports, so I can't get much more direct than that. Alright. I just spelled Shein wrong. Like, are you kidding me? Shin? Shin.com? Our theaters are still outperforming US theaters, nearly 2.1 to 1. Yeah, that's a big difference. Okay, where am I at here? 3 core false beliefs. Okay, false beliefs about what you're selling, beliefs about their ability to use it, internal, and about external things that will stop them. Okay, so, and that's kind of what we covered in the story inventory back here. So, false beliefs about... Yeah, okay, so framework, internal, and external. We already covered these. Excellent. Why do I feel like I have hair on my face? Yes, shin.com is not what I wanted. Also, I was just trying to think how I found Shein. I feel like they, whatever marketing they were using, I think they invested heavily in Pinterest marketing, because I definitely found them through Pinterest, 100% through Pinterest. So I feel like they were, like they hired the right marketing company who hopped on the right wave at the right time and was like, this is where we find people. And it was, and it worked. So I guess value in hiring the right marketing people. Just go away. Okay, so beliefs including this won't work, I'm scared, and my friends won't support me. Okay, so I think I've covered those ones. These are just examples, but I'm just making sure I've covered them. I guess it won't work is a pretty good flat out blatant kind of objection. It won't work for me. I think I already had these clothes won't look good on me. That's the same. Okay, I'm scared to try. I already said I'll look silly, and my friends won't sign up. I already put my friends would laugh at me, so I think I covered those ones. Speaking of Shein, they just finished a 6th round of funding, a $1.5 billion infusion. Holy shit. Well, I mean, from a financial business perspective, they deserve it at this point. They've been doing everything right. They have they have such an insane inventory. I feel like it's actually turning into a liability, because even if you're looking for something on Shein at this point, there's so much you can't, and it's not terribly well organized or sorted, and it changes so fast that like it's difficult to even find what you want, but it doesn't matter because there's so much that there's something close enough. But I feel like that's going to be a liability if they don't get it under control. Okay, so this sounds cool, but I don't understand how it would work for me. I'm sold, but I'm not, they say technically inclined, but I guess the argument would be like fashion inclined, so I don't think I could wear these. Okay, I already have, it looks silly when I do it. Don't understand. Okay, I don't understand how they would work. Would be more about the digital side. Okay, so I don't understand how digital clothes would work. Past experience would be I don't know, trends that die out. If I invest in digital, I mean, again, the biggest argument here is that you're not just investing in digital, you also get a physical one. I guess you could just buy the digital ones too. If I invest in digital clothes, I'll waste my money. I think I already had this one. No, I don't. I'll waste my money. Okay, what's the result, or the contrast? They've only ever raised $2.1 billion over their entire existence. Okay, but $2.1 billion is a lot. And they must be planning something huge. Physical stores, maybe. Hey, NW Country Girl, how's it going? I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? I mean, they could be doing physical stores. Physical stores are such a fucking disaster and danger to try to, like, I would, from my perspective, a physical store would be the last thing I would want to invest in as a small business. And then even as large businesses, they're not doing great in physical. Physical is just such a disaster right now for retail, for clothes retail in particular. It could be a launch into new markets because Shein has a pretty specific kind of style that they sell and that market that they reach out to. So it could be trying to actually invest into more high quality something, or do you know what I mean? It could be something like that. I could see some sort of launch like that. It could be physical stores. I would definitely believe it because that's makes a statement and feels like it makes things more durable and long lasting, even if it maybe doesn't necessarily anymore. Life, heavy sigh. Oh no. Yeah, 1.5 billion is a huge chunk of that. So this is mostly all new money. Yeah, that's cool. That's interesting and exciting. I mean, theoretically, they could be investing in more, like something to make themselves more sustainable. That'd be cool. Well, also their whole model is based on having extreme inventory that turns over really, really fast. And that's the opposite of a physical store. Like that's what H&M and Forever 21 did and do. And it's hard. Like that is a difficult thing to make work in stores, in physical stores. And also like, yeah, again, like if half of your stuff gets returned because it's low quality, but doesn't because people don't return stuff sometimes, but you're trying to do that in store, it just won't get bought, right? Yeah, physical stores are more for higher end products where you want an experience. Exactly. Or for those products where you really need someone to actually talk you through it and help you decide on things, right? And be like, show you the details and the features and how it works and that kind of stuff. H&M is a tornado when you walk in. Exactly. Yeah. And even luxury fashion stores are often really more, it's really kind of a marketing expense more than a revenue generator. Like obviously they make sales, but mostly they're there just to remind people that they're so great and they're established. And of course they're in the trendy luxury streets in every major city on earth. Like, yeah, they're a traditional established luxury brand. Of course they have those storefronts. Even if the storefronts aren't making money anymore, especially in the big cities, like in anything with high real estate, they're not making enough to cover their rent half the time. Long story short, your sister isn't very good at making life choices, and because of that, you have charge of her 3 kids for the foreseeable future, and she's closing up the house in Oklahoma. Ooh. Yeah, that's a big thing to be taking care of. It's a good thing you're there for those kids, hey? And then I guess you just gotta wait till she kind of figures out what's going on with the houses and things, and then is she coming to join you where you guys are, or are the kids going back to her kind of in a different place? Yeah, no, it's like literally like a marketing expense, right? Same thing as fashion shows, marketing expense. Fashion shows used to be to find buyers for stores, like commercial buyers, but they don't really anymore. So marketing expense, yeah. And like it's just like that, being on the street is having a storefront. I mean, for that kind of brand, it's like it's worth it for them, right? Because that's what people expect. They want to be able to walk in and look at the stuff and feel that luxury. Happened just before Easter, so it's been an adjustment period, and she's coming to the Pacific Northwest. Exciting. Ooh, okay, so lots of big exciting family changes. Hopefully everything's not too stressful. Sounds like that might be a little bit of an upheaval, but hopefully it'll all work out and calm down. That physical presence in marble and sustainable woods. Okay. So it says to pick 3 stories, 1 for each of those things. So we've got framework, internal and external. Okay. And then 3 secrets using a how-to that invites curiosity. How to for less than, how to in less than, how to for you instead. How to, okay, all right, something like that. You've got them in school, so that helps getting onto a schedule. Yes. Exactly. And getting them established, like, especially if they're going to be staying there, like starting to make friends and stuff, right? Okay. Okay, so what are the secret... Okay, so what are the false beliefs that I'm going to use for these 3 things? And I think this is the very last thing for today, and then I've got part 3 written down. I would eventually do physical, but it would have to be quite established before that, or to have a huge, like, investment push, because, like I said, it's so dangerous and tricky. I would definitely sell wholesale to retail, though. That is something I would like to be able to do. But it would be, I mean, like, that would be the dream, right? To have a flagship store in, you know, Rome or New York or something, right? That'd be nice. That would feel nice. But I'm pretty careful about... I try to be pretty careful about setting goals that would feel nice, but would actually be a bad decision. And not doing that. And physical stores... a physical store would have to make a lot of sense. And that might be because it's a marketing push. Like, it might be, oh, to be taken seriously at this level, you need the physical store. And it's like, okay, well, then it's paying off in whatever way. Yeah, banks are willing to bankroll physical stores. Exactly, the real estate's collateral. Yeah. No, see, I'd rather invest in a factory and have that collateral. Then the factory is actually going to make money. And if your company goes out, your factory can still make stuff for other people. And especially if you're small, you can start by having a factory that's taking orders from other companies. And so it's making income regardless of what your startup is doing, or, you know, your new couple-year-old business or your 10-year-old business or whatever. If your factory is big enough to take orders from other companies, it has its own stable income that's, you know, kind of contributing to things and keeping things running. And just, you know, just giving that alternative source of income, right? Hey, you're so pretty. You're so pretty. How you do? How you do, Shug? The hardest part, I was going to ask how old they are. Girl 11 and 2 boys 8 and 6. Oh, and those are harsh ages for switching to a new school and in springtime and this time of the year when everyone's already so settled into their schools. That's the other thing I was going to say is, like, otherwise I would want to invest in either like a fabric mill or milling or specific procedure or machine or technique, because those kind of things can be the stuff where your factory, maybe you're very limited on which factories have them or which mills have them. And if you don't, if you just buy it yourself, you can A, rent it out to other companies, and B, like, you know that you're getting your use out of it, right? And that it's available when you need it, and that you're maintaining it and all that kind of stuff. And that you can do something that most people can't do. And now you have that unique point of differentiation. Like, you're doing something just a little bit more interesting. Eunice has all the dramatic energy as a teenager. And partially subsidized, perhaps, under new tech and manufacturing incentives that her mother did as a teenager. That's kind of what I assumed you were saying. About as good as can be expected. Yeah, especially manic energy with an upheaval. That can be real, can really take its toll, shall we say? All right, what are my false beliefs here? We're gonna go with... I think we're gonna just go with, I don't understand digital clothes. Okay. Okay, what would be the how-to for that? How-to. Okay, so secret 1. How to start a digital wardrobe. What? How to start a digital wardrobe. I don't know how long it would take, but let's say let's say in less than 10 minutes, because if you're literally just buying a Snapchat filter, like that would, you do that in 10 minutes. Start a digital wardrobe in less than 10 minutes. If you're trying to like get into NFTs, that's going to take more than 10 minutes, but not necessary. In less than 10 minutes. Okay. Cough, cough, thinking everything can be done in Italy and still be profitable. Cough! I didn't say everything could be done in Italy. I said it would be nice if everything was done in Italy. I said that's what I'm looking for. I didn't say that's what I'm definitely going to end up with. No! How to buy your first digital clothing item. Okay, belief number 2 is going to be okay, it should be something like one of these should be money based, so either it's not worth the money or I can't afford to replace my wardrobe. Probably it's not worth that much money is the next one, because then I can go into all the details about ethical and quality. What's going to be my internal problem? What would people think they can't figure out? That might be the first one, actually. I don't understand. That might be my internal problem. What would be my external problem then? Probably the money. What would be my other problem? Maybe something like it won't look good on me, or... I want something that ties into how to wear them. Okay, let me just write down the next one, then I'll adjust what ones are associated with. So, It's not worth that much money. Okay. At least 6 months of lead time. Oh, you've been making some progress in writing and cosplay work. Oh, what cosplay are you working on? And what are you writing? Feel free to post progress or work in the Discord, and post pictures of your cosplay in the Discord. Oh my god. Yes. Okay, how to... Tell me all about it. I love cosplay. How to... Okay, what? How to find quality, ecologically friendly clothes? Or maybe something like how to tell if your clothes are made sustainably? That's not bad. Okay. How to tell if your clothes are made sustainably. Okay, and one more. Oh, the last one should be here. Discord. Ooh, an LOTR project. Ooh, what character? Getting a cookie. Ooh, list of suppliers. Hey, send it over. All right. Okay, how to have your clothes made sustainably, and then what's my last objection here? My last primary objection would be, it's got to be something about the style instead. Like, do I want to wear this? Not can I and can I afford it, but should I? Will it work? Will it look good? So either they won't look good on me, it'll look silly, or I can't style clothes like that. So that's kind of the same thing. I think it won't look good on me is the one to do, because then that kind of leads into the size range, it leads into how they're interchangeable, it leads into why the styles are chosen in the first place for the classic silhouettes. Oh, Galadriel, yes, that's the best answer. Good job, you win. Oh, so beautiful. Fucking Galadriel's always been my favorite. Okay, these clothes won't look good on me. Won't look. Hi, Shug. I'm getting antsy. Yeah. The scone's still here, so you're gonna just hang around. Even if I put you on the ground, you're gonna come back. Okay, how to something like, oh my god. Okay, so when the camera's on Cate Blanchett, she has an ethereal glow, and you want that, so you're putting LED lights in the dress and the wig. Oh my god, that's so much fun. Ah, it's gonna be so exciting. Might be able to negotiate a termed exclusivity contract with a brand called Ecovative, which makes environmentally sustainable non-animal leathers and packaging. Ooh, interesting. One kind of side tip for Cate Blanchett Galadriel: every time she's on camera, they put a really specific light on her so it reflects in her eyes. It's like it's like 6 to 10 little small lights instead of one big light or a ring light or any other type of light. She always has these little, like, kind of, it's like a little berry cluster of lights. So if you can find something that can do that and use that for your any close-up pictures, she always has that on her close-up shots in the movies. It's these little, like, spotlights, but it's a whole bunch of lights, not just one. And it just gives that sparkle to her eyes. Mm-hmm. Multispectral LED floodlights. There you go. Look for that. Haha, your previous name was JT Ethereal. I love it. Welcoming and open to competitive pricing below typical leathers at large enough quantities, while being just as durable. Ooh. Yeah, you know you're gonna do it. I love it. No, I mean, you've got the LEDs in your hair, so you've spent some time paying attention to the details, so I'm not surprised. That's so exciting. Oh, did they do the same thing in the Addams Family movies with Angelica Houston? That's so cool. And they allow a camera to capture the greatest range of colors, allowing them to remove or enhance whatever they wish in post-production. Very cool. Okay, how to, here, come on, I'm on like the last step here. Well, for today, there's more of this book to go. My hair is getting annoying. Okay. How to, what did I say find? Okay, how to find, or how to incorporate or how to find a flattering silhouette. How to incorporate a new silhouette into your wardrobe? Into your style? How to incorporate a new silhouette into your style. All right. Okay, we can look for that. All right. More coming up in a month. It was a way to make a kind of film noir lighting on her face. Oh, very neat. Oh, I love that. So cool. Okay, I feel like I covered so much. I was worried I hadn't read enough of this book because I missed those 2 weeks. But Jesus Christ, I'm glad I didn't get any more read. Fuck, I would have been here all night. Okay. Alright. Okay, let me finish my scone. No, there's still 2 bites left. Sorry, Shug. I love cinematography and art direction. So cool. Like, just setting, you know, those beautiful camera angles, color palettes for movies. Yes. Using color, just use of color in general. Use of lines, perspective, all that. Okay. What was the other thing I wanted to do today? Oh, I gotta do some social media filming. Just like at least one thing. Ew. I fucking hate filming. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I'm gonna whine about it. Eyelids getting heavy and you got work tomorrow. Have a good night, country girl. Thanks for coming by. Okay. I'm really pleased I did this on stream too, because otherwise I would never have actually filled out all these details. I would have just taken notes and been like, I'll fill that out eventually. No, I wouldn't have. Just think of it as being exciting. Just think of it as new changes. And you got this. You got this. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, sugar. You can go on the ground. That's beautiful. Okay. What am I gonna photograph? What did I put in fucking click up next? Is the next thing I need to do. Oh yes. Get to promote. Gonna set the foundations today. I like it. I like it. Positive thinking. Get to share creativity with the world. Isn't that my whole freaking goal? In the first place. God. Why do I have goals? I want sleep. And goals, okay. Nope, please turn down. Thank you. Okie dokie. And then I have to remember to open Discord and mark in Discord that we did book club, and that next book club will still be the same goddamn book because this book is insanely long. But there will be more cool business info next month. Ah! No, don't fall over. Okay, what have I got in my schedule? Oh my god, that was the other thing I was supposed to do. I was supposed to actually publish stuff to Amazon. No, I did other stuff. I can't even be mad at myself. I did other stuff today. It was kind of one of my like bonus things I might get to do today, and I'm like, book club was more important. Book club / business club. You watched Apocalypse Now Redux, which is an extended cut. Oh, interesting. You didn't realize a war movie could be so powerful as an art house-like movie or a psychological thriller. Actually intelligent writing and directing. Interesting. I know, it would be a good day to publish on Book Club Day, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that be a great plan? Sugar, don't bark, please. Okay, what have I got for the rest of this week? Just work, which is crazy. My weeks have been so goddamn busy lately, but I think it's mostly just work this week, which is good. I'll work a lot this week. I think I'm taking a couple days off for art in the 17th of May. Is that a week? I mean, I assume it's a week. Yeah, I think I'm going to be taking a couple days off for art near the end of the month, kind of maybe the 16th to the 22nd. Within that week, there's going to be some art days off because I was going to do that over Easter, and then obviously I went out of town for Easter instead. So I'm like, okay, when's the next time I can foreseeably have an actual vacation? Near the end of May. Not too far away, actually. So work really hard this week, work really hard next week. Time off after that. Alright, we are going to go raid Wonka because Wonka doesn't usually stream, and that's what we're going to do. Yeah, this would be a good week because like I just said, I don't have a shit ton of fucking stuff happening this week. What days are good for you? Like maybe, okay, so Wednesday is usually art club. I mean Thursday? What's Thursday going on for you? Or Friday. Friday is usually my business day, so. Fill in stuff here. I thought I fixed that, and that's like doesn't look like it's working. Cool. Does it work if I send it myself? Yes, okay. Saturdays are the only questionable days. The rest is all Gucci. Send a list on Thursday and clarify things on Friday. What would you like in a list form? Okay, what you want information on, the basic goals, and a document with a what to do list kind of thing. Okay, I'll see what I can put together. I really need spreadsheets is the thing I need. I just don't want to start doing things from scratch. Alright, so normally we wouldn't raid a video game channel, but Wonka is a friend of this channel, and yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. Alright, thanks everyone for hanging out with me. I hope you had a good time. And yeah, we'll be back for co-working tomorrow. We'll be doing art club on Wednesday. Design club on Thursday will probably be publishing, so it will probably just be more co-working after co-working. Because I really need to publish stuff. And yeah, I think that's what we're doing. I'm gonna try to do actual planning club at some point this week. Maybe kind of, especially if I get the planner published to Amazon, then I would like to go over and like talk about it on stream. Probably not even broadcasting anymore. Bye.